And we are back live. Welcome back in, everyone. I am tired. I can tell you that I am tired. But yeah, that's really about all I can tell you. I would not be against a red flag. Probably one of the few McLarens out there that enjoyed the rain more than anything else. But we are now in the home stretch. Here to the end, we are over the halfway point. I'd say we are over the 2/3 point as well. We are in the final third of the time allotted. Now, whether or not we make it to that time allotted, who knows? About 2/3 of the way through the race, and we are ever so much closer to the checkered flag. Battle for the lead here between exclusive 787 and the 414 Ferrari of MSA. And side by side down into Pouan. And the MSA 414 will take the lead of the race and will truly lead the race on merit for the first time. Isn't some sort of leading the race because everybody else has gone into the pit lane or something like that. No, the 414 MSA Ferrari is leading this race on a move that they have made on track, which I believe is a first for MSA in this race. They have led laps, but they have been laps during pit cycles. I believe this will be the first true lap that the MSA 414 will have led. The 313 in the pit lane, the 818 Bentley in the pit lane. Everyone just wanted to survive the rain and then go put on the nice new tires as the track starts to dry up a bit. It's fresh slicks in the wet. They're not really going to get much wear. They'll stay very cool, maybe a bit too cold. tires, slick tires in these conditions would last a long time, and they would hold their life a lot longer throughout the stint compared to a fully dry track. Again, that does mean that they wouldn't be the fastest tire in the world. As of right now, and for not much longer, I believe the wet tire is the fastest tire. But that is not guaranteed to be the case for very much longer. There's a slight puddle there between Puan and Campus. And if any of you would like to help us get to our goal, the 818 Bentley gets a 30-second stop and go for speeding in pit lane. Absolutely gutted for the Bentley. They were the top running Bentley, and they were inside the top 10, but that stop and go penalty is going to take a lot of time away from them and just about a lap. The 788 Mustang will likely be led by the 787 exclusive McLaren. I'd be very surprised if they didn't. And I said it a long time ago, but no, it's actually going to be a double stack for the exclusive esports cars. So they'll both come in, but I said early on that the 788 would be a car to watch out for no matter where they ended up, even if they went far down the order, which they did. The MSA 414 staying out all on their own. The track is now greasy. Slick tires are going to be the better tire to be on. But I said before to not count out the 788 regardless of where they were on track, and it's looking to be like they might be the faster of the exclusive esports cars once again. I believe that is the 98. Yes, it is a 98 GDC Aston Martin around at Stavelot. And our race leader comes into the pit lane. 788 now ahead of the 787, as I believe the 788 is going to be the car to lead the field of the exclusive esports cars. They're not quite all jumbled up together, as there is the MSA 415 between the 788, the 787, and the 789. The 818 Bentley clears the 30-second stop and go penalty. boys. I am tired. But we have been green for about 2.5 hours since the last reset. Almost Martin's getting it a bit wrong, kind of leaning on the number 88 McLaren. Euro Titans 813 now has the K1 Esport 113 behind. I'm yawning a bit more than I would like to. Once again, I think it's been a few hours since I said that, but I am once again yawning more than I want to. And this is a battle here for P6. And the 813, all on their own, will send it around. I think the curb was a bit wet at the exit of Stavelot. And the K1 Esport McLaren will drive away all on their own. The 414 MSA Ferrari has, the difference between the wet and dry line has started to materialize a little bit. But the 788 wants to go for the race lead. It's a cutback maneuver. Nowhere to really go as the 414 kind of parked it on the brakes, and the sun is starting to poke out as well. The 788 almost went around. It seems like they got on the power fairly early. The 813 BMW into the pit lane after the contact that they had earlier with the wall. With the sun poking through just barely, that will at least help begin the drying process on track. If we can get some pretty clear sunshine, that would dry the track extremely quickly. But the 788 Mustang will move forward, and for the first time in this race, and we are what, about 15 hours in, for the first time in this race, the 788 Exclusive Esports Mustang will take the lead. I think we're about 15.5 hours in. Is about where that would put us. We're somewhere. I don't feel like doing the math on how far into the session we are. But there's 7 hours and 30 minutes left to go. Track is pretty quickly beginning to dry, especially as the sun starts to come out more and more. Tidman Racing number 88 McLaren. Currently running P10, the 997. Velocity Racing McLaren comes into the pit lane from P9. And the 787 McLaren now wants to move up into the second spot on the podium. It has been pretty much perfection from the exclusive esports team. They do put a lot of development into their drivers, and what they like to do is get out into these big events and essentially put teams together that will dominate. And dominate is pretty much what exclusive esports team has done today. Whether it be between one team, two teams, or possibly even three teams, they have had a team running in the top 5 or contending for the podium, contending for the lead pretty much the entire time in this race. Had the 789 in a commanding lead. The 787 had a disconnection. The 787 had a disconnection. The 788 is the only of the exclusive esports cars that have not had any issues aside from some damage, and they had to drive their way back to the front, in which they have done so. Even with the red flags and such, they are currently P1 with about a 2.5 second lead to the MSA 414. And now the 787 wants to go for the overtake on the 414. Is the 414 going to allow it to happen? Not yet, at least. And the 414 will live in P2 for another lap. That 787 McLaren desperately wants to get past. I'm not sure what exactly the 414 will be able to do to hold him back. They'll do everything in their power that they can. Bit deep into the S's. The number 98 GDC Aston Martin gets a drive-through penalty for speeding in pit lane. Well, I don't think there's necessarily anyone close to the 114 K1 Esports McLaren. Just kind of running on their own. A long way to go to the 346 ahead, a long way to go to the 997 behind. So just easy running for the 114 as of right now. Definitely time to make up some time or just log some laps without losing any time. Number 8 Tidman Racing BMW with the Vantage Racing Ferrari immediately behind. The 415 MSA Racing McLaren just ahead. Has the 415 gone ahead of the 787? No, they have not. It is still the 414 and the 787 running together, but it's about to be the 415 and the 789 running together. And at the same time in this pack, it is the 789 against the number 20 Vantage Racing Ferrari, who is battling against the number 8 BMW, the Tidman Racing Machine, just a little bit further up ahead. Yes, especially as the sun is just kind of poking through the clouds. Just kind of does give us our morning golden hour. And this is the battle for P2. The 414 MSA Ferrari trying desperately to hold on to P2 ahead of the 787 Esports McLaren. Thirteenth holds the fastest lap because the 998 McLaren has just been the fastest car on track. They have just had a ton of bad luck and haven't really they've had a bunch of bad luck and they just haven't been able to really move forward in position. They are they're just kind of running where they are. Not much they can really do about it. They've been extremely quick, and they were in the lead of the race. They also did have a pit lane issue, so they went to put fuel in the car, and the fuel ended up not going in the car, and then they had to return to the garage. Otherwise, they would not have made it back around the track in order to go back into the pit lane and put more fuel in it. So they were leading the race at one point, and threw the lead of the race away in the pit lane, and after the issues and everything have been fixed and getting back out doing some running, they are in P13. Yes, they were in P1. And the lead was just, I say they threw it away, it was essentially ripped out from their hands while they were sitting in pit lane and nothing they could really do about it. 414 not very eager to allow the 787 to go past, and I don't know if maybe there was some miscommunication there, but a big bang of doors between the two of them. MSA versus Exclusive. It is a bit of a rivalry, in my opinion. And elbows are surely out between these two. They bang doors again. Coming through Lacombe, they bang doors again 3 times so far this lap, 4 times now contact. And the 787 gets turned around by the 414. That is likely going to be reported. And we'll see if there are any penalties applied to the 414. Definitely airing out their grievances on track, though. And the 787 now has to regain the time lost, and with blood that is at a little bit higher pressure than it was, I'd say, about a minute ago. The 20 Vantage Racing Ferrari ahead of the number 11 Ghost Racing McLaren. Kind of battling through campus. And yes, I do see what I was notified of. The number 20 is having a little bit of a lag issue. And same thing with the 11. Hopefully we're not having any server issues, but I do see pings kind of all over the place for our drivers. And the 113, he manages to hold on to it. Will lose a position to the 313? No. It was the 98 GDC Aston Martin that went through. That was not the 313 Euro Titans Aston Martin. And it is Exclusive Esports on top. Exclusive Esports on the podium in 2 ways, with the 788 and the 787. And I'm sure that the team will be trying to figure out how they can get the 789 up there as well. No problem. We'll see if it goes to the end, though. Whatever the next flag will be, that will be the end of the race. Whether it be the red flag or the checkered flag, that will end the race. And a bit of elbows out racing here between the 113 and the 313. And who has gone around us? The GRL, not GRL Motorsports, the GDC Motorsport Aston Martin. And is that going to allow the 313 to get by? They get through one behind the other, and the 313 does slot in just ahead. And I have been going for quite a long time, so if you would like to support me, support the broadcast, the best way is to do that. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Not very many of you have. There's only about 150 over on the YouTube channel that have subscribed compared to the 582 on Twitch. If you are not following, I am trying to hit 600 followers by the end of the stream. We started this morning at about 530, so we have had about 50 followers since then. Thank you, Great Dane. And if you would like to support me a little bit further, you can do that with a Twitch Prime subscription or just a regular old Twitch subscription. It does cost money, but the majority of that does go to me. Or I say majority, it's actually about half. But it helps cover the cost of the overlay service and things like that, and also helps me fund better hardware and things in the future. Also helps pay for the internet a little bit. Maybe I just shouldn't pay what I pay for it, because obviously we're having some lag issues and I pay for just about the best internet that I can get. That's fine, Great Dane. I am not too worried about it. I have had a few people already today who have given me some thanks with the Twitch subscriptions. And thank you to everyone regardless. However you support me, thank you. I greatly appreciate it. The number 8 Tidman Racing BMW back in the pit lane. It is very possible we may be going for another set of pit stops shortly. Say it may be within the next 30 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes or so. It is a hot air balloon in the background of turn 1. Ghost Racing and Vantage Racing locked in battle here. The Ghost Racing has gone ahead of the Vantage Racing Ferrari. Yeah, I'm sure it would be an awesome view. I don't know if that actually sits there for like the whole race for people to go up and down in it or not. The 818 Vision Racing Bentley around, I don't know if that was by themselves or not. .313 right behind. That is one of the Velocity Racing Ferraris. And the 818 Bentley gets a drive-through penalty for track limits. This is the 113 K1 Esport McLaren, who is trying to get this position back from the Euro Titans Aston Martin. I almost said GRL Motorsport Aston Martin once again, but no. They're out of the race, and they don't drive Aston Martins anymore, apparently. I've also had no sleep, and I've been awake since practice and now. I've been awake since practice and now, which was... I'd say that was pretty much right at 19 hours ago, 20 hours ago. I think that was right about 19 hours ago. The Vision Racing Bentley pulling into the pit lane to serve their drive-through penalty. The Vantage Junior team battling with the TRC 878 Bentley. But behind them it is the 415 MSA McLaren fighting against the exclusive Esports 789 McLaren. Still a battle for position. The 878 Bentley yields to the P4 and 5 cars as they are battling for position between the two, and then the Bentley will try and hop onto the slipstream of these two drivers who are on the lead lap. Side by side they go down the Kimmel Straight. And the 415 wants to go ahead. The 415 will stay ahead. And there is a bit of bad blood out there between MSA and XCL, and there's more of that contact between the two. Again, I think that may have been more of a racing incident, as it's just kind of an odd spot to be side by side. And the 789 is really not losing too much time there. But again, the 415 desperately trying to hold on to the position. Number 88, Tidman Racing McLaren, currently in P9 with the Ghost Racing McLaren and Vantage Racing Ferrari immediately behind. We'll go back on this fight for P4. There's definitely been some argy-bargy between you guys and MSA Corp. It's gone a bit both ways in my opinion, but say you guys have the tally in terms of reasons for a get back, so I will give you that one. The MSA leading against the exclusive Esports McLaren for P4. And side by side again they go. Are they going to touch this time? No, not quite. The MSA McLaren not going to be able to get on the brakes to defend the position, but the 789 goes through a bit too deep, and now the 415 will resume back in P4. Again, if you would like to check the live timing, see what the lap times are looking looking like, see what the gaps are looking like, use exclamation point timing in the Twitch chat, and the link to the live timing page will pop up, and you can click it from there and choose ATRL Endurance Cup. We're on autopilot pretty much right now, Clorp. I am tired. I am extremely tired. So, follows, bits, and Twitch primes keep me going. So, yeah, if you appreciate how far I've gone, a lot of you have already shown some appreciation, so don't say what, Rhonda? You don't want me to say red flag? Because, red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag. And now the gap to the 789 has grown over a second and a half. See if it'll stay at the end of the Kimmel Strait. I would assume that that gap is starting to drop again. It was 1.7. What is it now? 1.5. So a quarter of a second was taken out there. The number 88 Tidman Racing McLaren fighting against the number 11 Ghost Racing McLaren, and is ultimately going to lose out there and concede the position. Well, Clark, we've actually already had 3 red flags. This is the 3rd session that we have been in since you left. But the consensus is, whatever the next flag is, whether it be checkered flag or red flag, that is where the race will end, because we have already had so many issues. So ever since the previous red flag, we have been running for about 3 hours. But I am extremely tired, Clark, so I would take the red flag being the finish. Yeah, I am extremely tired. So if a red flag comes and we reset the server, I'm probably going to bed. And I believe points will be tallied from there. There was a lot of wish-wash back and forth about, do we continue to race? Do we stay how it is? Do we, score the race as it was? Because we weren't over halfway through the race. We were actually well over halfway through the race. Even with the 2 previous. I think we have gone for 6 hours, then about 3 hours, and about 3 hours. I don't know exactly how the sessions line up, but we did manage to go essentially 14 hours before the latest server reset. So when we server reset, we had 10 hours left on the clock, so 14 hours had been completed, which between time for server reset and time racing combined, as the clock was continued to run during the red flag times. We have completed about 17 hours of racing now. Battle between 415 and the 789 gets another round again. Koglu and Goldman, MSA and Exclusive Esports. We've seen this battle many times throughout this race. The 346 MWCC Ferrari into the pit lane. And back to optimum dry conditions and no rain on the forecast for the foreseeable future. Will slot ahead of the number 50 Valkyrie Esports BMW, and will continue to have the 789 Exclusive Esports McLaren in tow. We won't go ahead with what? Like saying that if another red flag we get, that would be the end of the session. which I believe was the consensus prior. Now, does the 789 finally have a run on the 415? This is elbows out racing if I have ever seen it. And tempers are flaring between the MSA and XCL teams. There's a lot of contact between the two. I think this time the 789 may have the overtake done. Yes, they do, but will the 415 MSA McLaren just let them go on ahead, or will they try their best to fight this back and not lose the gap ahead? Right now it does seem like the 789 McLaren is beginning to pull away, but we'll see if the 415 can stay within slipstream range and possibly have a fight back at the bus stop or on the next lap down the Kimmel Straight. We may have a battle here between the number 20 Vantage Racing Ferrari. The MSA 414 comes into the pit lane. And yes, the 20 does have a little bit of a connection issue. But we'll go on board with the 998, who has now worked their way up to P10. And there is a bit of blipping from the number 20. I do believe they have been notified. Not that there's really anything they can do about it, but it does make things harder for the cars around them to know exactly where they are and try to go for an overtake. I believe the 789 will now start to pull away, so Corp, to go ahead and get your screenshot. It's a 788, 787, 789. It's an exclusive esports lockout of the podium. Now, I don't know that that will necessarily hold, as we do have pit stops and things to go. But there is your screenshot, Corp. And exclusive esports 123. And the 20 does have that connection buffering issue. Not the absolute end of the world, but does make drivers a bit nervous as they can't exactly tell where the car in front of them is. Which does have the potential to cause issues later on in the session. now the MSA 415 has been dropped behind a bit. That gap is continuing to grow. And the 998 Velocity Racing McLaren still trying to catch the number 20 Vantage Racing Ferrari for P9. Now the Vantage Ferrari later on the brakes with the inside, will concede the position to the 999 Velocity Racing. It started out backwards, but it ended up working out okay. And it is Velocity Racing up to P9, knocking Vantage Racing down to P10. And it is back to XCL dominance with Exclusive Esports 788 in the lead, 787 P2 and 789 in P3. And as I called it pretty much in the first hour of the race, that the 788 could very much lead this thing towards the end. I'd say that I would put money on it. I also said to put money on any of the Exclusive Esports teams to finish in the podium, and as of right now, it looks pretty good, the chances of that happening. So I would have put some money on that as well. Few different teams with various connection issues, or at least various ping levels. I do believe that they have all been relatively sorted, or maybe just not so much an issue to worry about. And I am tired, but we are almost 3/4 of the way through. We are within an hour of 3/4 of the way through, 75%. Right now we're just almost to the 70%. The 813 has actually now gone past the 997. I thought this would have gone backwards the other way, but no. The 997, I think, just maybe running a little bit slower. As now the 813 has gone through quite a ways ahead. That is the MSA 415. That is behind the 997. And the 789 up ahead directly behind the 813. We are well into the late night hours for me, as I am starting to maybe get a little bit delirious as we get closer and closer to the 6 hours to go mark. Is still the exclusive eSports 788 at the front. Not much going on for battles on track right now. Again, more laps just being put in. And rain on the forecast. So we will have more rain coming in. We'll see if it stays light rain or if it maybe turns into any heavier rain, or see how long it lasts. The last rain shower that we had was only about 10 minutes. Didn't really affect the cars very much. Did make the track a bit slick, but didn't change any of the strategy. Didn't bring anybody into the pit lane for wet tires or anything. We will watch the forecast, but as we watch the forecast, let's go on board with the exclusive eSports 788 Mustang. Mainly on that forecast, just watching to see if the rain increases at all in intensity. If the rain bumps up in intensity whatsoever, that is likely going to be a means for wet tires, and there it is. So the rain is going to get a little bit harder. Now we may see truly wet conditions. They will be coming here in about 25-30 minutes time. Be here well within 30 minutes. And as of right now, it is rain intensifying. So it's not just going to be a light rain, light drizzle. I don't know if we will get the torrential downpours like we had at the Nordschleife. But we have some rain coming regardless. And we'll see how long it stays, essentially just watching the 30-minute mark and seeing if it ever goes away. If that rain doesn't go away, then we know it's going to rain for essentially the foreseeable future. And 10 minutes of that heavier rain will turn the track into a completely wet track. And might be enough grounds for wet tires, but if we get a 30-minute rain shower, of course you're going to want to go on wet tires. If we get a 40-minute or anything longer, then maybe you're just going to be on one set of wet tires for a while. Or if you're not on one set of wet tires, you'll be using multiple sets. You'll just come in and put some new wets on, continue on. But as of right now, rain for about 5 minutes. But the longer that we still see that rain blip on the forecast, the longer that that rain is going to stick around. So currently, only about 5 minutes, although the rain will be intensifying. We'll see if we get a little plus mark beside that rain. What you don't want to see is that rain turn into 3 straight lines as of right now, or 4 straight lines. As of now, you can see it's got 4 lines separated by a line in the middle, means that it's light rain drops. But if you see that line, or those 4 lines below the cloud go solid, that means it's pretty much a torrential downpour, and you need to bar your home and stock up food for the foreseeable future. But as of right now, it is just a healthy sized shower that will be going for at least 8 minutes now. And I do think we have a few of our European viewers who are maybe starting to wake up a little bit. So good morning, those of you who may be getting started with the morning stint. It's about 1:30 in the morning here for me. And still going strong with the coverage. So if you are just waking up, glad to have you here with us. We are just 18 followers away from the 600 goal, and well, the further the server continues on, maybe the closer we may get to that 600 follower goal. Good morning, Master Mason. And that rain is going to continue. And I think we will definitely see wet conditions good enough for wet tires. Yep, it's about 1:30 in the morning for me, and I have been streaming since about 6:30 in the morning, so it has been a little while. I'd say we've been going for right about 21 hours. Oops, that is not how you want to do your stint. So it's at least a 10-minute rain shower. And it is a proper shower this time. It is not just some drizzle. The 998 up to P7. As we now have our next pit cycle come through. The 415 MSA in the pit lane. The 23 Fatch GT in the pit lane. Actually, no, just coming out of the pit lane. the 998. Trying to get P6 away from the Ghost Racing McLaren. And our race leader, the 788 exclusive. All of the exclusive cars have been called into the pit lane, the 787 and the 789. Triple stack for the exclusive team. And we'll stay on board with this fight for P6 while I take a quick break to go to the bathroom. Alright, I am back. Seems that the number 11 McLaren went into the pit lane in this battle. And the triple stack of the exclusive esports drivers have come out in the lead, so it's an exclusive 1, 2, 3. And then it is MSA 4 and 5 to try and maybe crash the XCL party a little bit. It has been XCL versus MSA in the later stages of this race, and that rain shower is going to continue on for quite some time, so I believe we are going to see wet tires within the next 30 minutes. Behind NWCC, you've got the 813 Euro Titans BMW and the number 88 Tidman Racing McLaren. Van Monden in the K1 113 with the Euro Titans Aston Martin not far behind. The 998 Velocity Racing McLaren comes into the pit lane as the second place 787 goes on by. And the rain is still in the forecast. WCC up ahead of the 813 BMW Tidman Racing number 88. Bringing up the back of this pack, the number 29 Aztec Racing McLaren conceding. The 788 making NASCAR sounds. And now the rain begins to wean off, so it's at least a 15-minute shower and then going to drizzle. Maybe that does lead off. The 113 K1 eSport McLaren goes a bit too deep. And the Euro Titans Aston Martin will get the position. It is going to be about a 15-minute period of heavier rain followed by drizzle, and that's as far as we can see now, so it's at least 20 minutes of precipitation, if I had to guess, which is probably going to give us about 40 minutes of wet track conditions. All depends on how much the sun comes out. When the sun came out in this session after our previous little 10-minute shower, it dried the track fairly quickly and didn't really see much in terms of influence from it. Battle of the lagging cars here. The number 11 Ghost Racing McLaren and the number 20 Vantage Racing Ferrari. And they will just continue to lap amongst themselves. The 789 has the 415 McLaren not far behind. And this is going to be a battle for P3 between the 789 and the 415. Now we have seen this battle, at least between XCL and MSA. It has been a little bit bloody between the two teams. A long way back to the 414 MSA teammate, so Master Morrow all on his own. No Calcith in the 414 Ferrari to really help maybe up the manpower, up the intimidation factor. And we'll just have to run with what he has for now, which at least for the time being does seem to be enough pace to challenge the 789. And that light drizzle after the heavier rain is continuing to hold, as it's not just going to be a quick shower and then done. Side by side through Blanchimont, the 415 wanting the move on the 789 did ultimately have to back out, but the move could very well be on at the end of the Kimmel Straight for the 415 MSA McLaren. And the rain has, or I guess the rain on the forecast has finished, so it'll be about a 20-minute shower. This time heavier rain though. It will start in about 10 minutes time, or in exactly 10 minutes time. And from there, we will get 20 minutes rain, about 15 minutes of heavy rain in it. Sorry, maybe 5 minutes of drizzle followed by 10 minutes of heavier rain followed by 5 minutes of drizzle on the other side. And thank you everybody for tuning in. Good morning to those of you who may be waking up across the pond in Europe or wherever you are tuning in from. We have some truly mixed conditions, as it is periods of rain followed by periods of sunshine followed by periods of rain. It has been, I'd say, about an hour and a half since we had our last rain. It's actually, I think, closer to 2 hours since we had our last rain. as we are approaching the 75%. What has happened to the 997? As they have gone into the pit lane. That is an RTG. So don't know exactly what happened to the 997, but they had a return to the garage, as that's what that yellow flag means on the 997 on the marching ants in the bottom right hand side of the screen. And as we come into La Source, the 789 still trying to defend against the 415. And with rain looming, likely going to want to do essentially a wet stint, so you may stop early, come in, get the wet tires on, and then just run them until the track is pretty much deemed better for slicks, and then come in, put slicks on, and run from there. The only gamble with that would be is whether or not we have more rain, in which case you'd already be on the preferred tire by then anyway. Wet tires, as long as you don't get them hot, tend to last for quite a while. Still no update on the 997. Still this battle for P3 between the 789 and 415. Prieto, thank you for the follow, as we are now 17 away from the goal. Away from 600, inching closer and closer. And it seems to be every time that the 415 MSA gets close enough to the 789 exclusive esports McLaren that the gap just grows once again. And it's more work to do for the 415 to try and get that position back later on. Seems to grow through, or seems to shrink through sectors 2 and 3, but grows in Sector 1. It just could come down to the line through Eau Rouge and Radion. But also, something to note, the 787 not far ahead. 788 Ford Mustang has pretty much just gone and done their own thing in the distance. But the 787 and the 789 are not far apart from each other, and getting this strategy perfect in regards to this wet weather could be whether or not you get a position or two away from those ahead of you. If MSA Racing does this right, they may be able to find themselves in P2. The number 50 BMW Valkyrie Racing Valkyrie Esports BMW getting a drive-through penalty for track limits. 996 and the 98 the Velocity Racing Ferrari and the 98 GDC Aston Martin with a bit of a scrap between each other. But from P2 back to P4, less than a second between all three of them, and weather on the horizon. It's very possible that the MSA McLaren, if they just get the strategy dead right, could get 2 positions away from the Exclusive Esports team. And I think it may be a swap of positions for the exclusive team. The 789, who the exclusive boss did say was the faster car, will go up ahead. And the MSA 415 will now have the 787 exclusive McLaren to contend with. The MSA 415 almost making contact with the 787. The rain is looming very, very soon. Is the 415 going to try it around the outside? Will they then go for the late braking zone into the bus stop? They will try and set up the long way around the outside, or maybe the old switcheroo. They do have a bumper up the inside, but they don't get quite the momentum, quite the run around the outside. And we'll try and force the 787 defensive into La Source. It doesn't really work though. But the 415 will be within slipstream range of the 787, and the 787 playing defense for the 789, who is now able to get out front and grow the gap. 415 MSA will get alongside the 787 exclusive. And as it seems right now, the exclusive will just have to slot behind, and MSA back on the podium for the time being. And the rain has begun. The 787 is behind the number 8 Tidman Racing BMW, which is just starting to grow that gap. The track has now gone from optimum to green in a matter of seconds. The MSA Racing McLaren will just try and get it back to the pit lane. We will likely see pretty much everyone come into the pit lane. The exclusive Esports 788 Ford Mustang comes in, likely to put on wet tires. They got a touch of damage on the front of, actually got a little bit of damage all over that 788, maybe just from some bumps here and there. And we remember the McLarens not faring very well in the rain whatsoever. Will that be the case here? Will they have tweaked the setups? They did have a little bit of time to change their setups, albeit whether or not it was still in the rules. wheels. The 789 is going to stay out. The 415 is going to stay out. The 787 will come into the pit lane and put on those wet tires. The 50 is currently in P24, as there are a couple other cars ahead of them that are down on laps. Currently the number 50 is the furthest back on track. The 789 will be assumed as the leader, as we are very close to the 75% mark. Thank you, Legion. I greatly appreciate it. And well, I do hope that it is a good stream and it is enjoyable. I am very tired. I don't know that I necessarily feel, or that I'm necessarily underappreciated. I think I'm fairly appreciated. Now, I may be not very well known yet, but I think I have made some waves, at least in the console commentary. Those that know of me have asked for me to do very many different league events. I've had to turn down quite a few, as I try not to do stuff on weekends unless it's a special event such as this 24-hour. And Master Morrow has closed up a lot here in the wet and is 1.5 seconds behind Sukup, which would essentially be where the oh, what was I saying? It would essentially be a fight for the lead. I don't know if this will be the lead, because the 788 did come into the pit lane earlier, and I believe that 788 will take the lead back. I don't see any reason why they shouldn't. They also did repair that little bit of damage, so that may have taken some time that they will give back to the 415 or the 789, whoever comes out of the pit lane first. We said after 15 hours, the 789 is where it should be, which is at the front of the field. Well, the 789 did lead for quite a while, but it just took them a long time to get back to that lead. Had a lot of bad luck. And we are now getting back into what is likely the routine of, as you said, where people should more likely line up. 414 still rolling into the pit lane. The 415 still rolling in. The 789 has found the pit box. The 788 just now coming through the bus stop. And where will that put the 789 and the 415? Likely we'll want to see them drop off the jacks right about now. They've got to be off the jacks and rolling. They're not going to get past the 788. The 788 will have had enough of a lead. The 789 is rolling. The 415 still in the pit box, and they will come out just behind the 789 and just behind the 788, the both of them. So the 788 will assume the lead again. The track is fully wet. If the sun does come back out, it would dry the track fairly quickly. But that's whether or not the sun comes back out. If it does not, then we may have a while for the track to stay wet. .415 still trying to catch up to the 789. And they will both try and catch up to the 788. Yes, I have been here for all 18 hours of the race, as the 789 makes a bit of a mistake at the exit curb of Blanchimont. I've been here for the full 18 hours of the race, as well as 30 minutes of practice and the full 1 hour qualifying session. So add an hour and a half on top of 18 hours, and you've pretty much got the amount of time that I have been streaming across the 3 different stream parts. Well, it would not be my first time doing it, but 6 hours left, and I am a bit tired, but I think I am in a better position than I was the last time I did one of these at this time of the race, or at least with this much time left. Now the 415 MSA McLaren trying to find a way around the 789 MSA McLaren. And although they got close, not close enough, and just behind you may have seen, or you may still be seeing, the 787 McLaren of Mickelson's, still in the exclusive esports group. And if there does begin to be any sort of forward momentum from that 787, applying any pressure to the 415, that would have pretty much immediately pull the 415 off of the 789, letting the 789 go, and possibly putting the 787 back into a spot for the exclusive 1-2-3 once again. And Clark, the team boss, was in here just a little bit ago. And I'm sure he was very happy to see his 3 cars, that they were up at the top of the board all together for a little bit of time. We'll see if that happens again, though. It's right about 2 o'clock in the morning, and we are pretty much on schedule. As long as the session goes from here to the end, we will end the session about 8 a.m. my time. It actually would be around 8:03, depending on how the lap goes, about 8:05. And that is as long as we don't have any more server crashes or red flags or anything, because the session will pretty much be ended there and points will be tallied tomorrow. Penalties applied and such if we have any sort of server crash whatsoever. We've already had multiple server crashes throughout the race, and race control has decided that this is the last go. We have been going for 4 hours, so we'll see how it holds up. This has been the most active of the sessions, as we have had multiple different types of weather couple different showers. This is actually the second shower that we have had in this session, but not the second shower in the race. When we did our first red flag, we came back to a very wet track that stayed very wet for quite a while. Now, the 789 McLaren had a terrible time the last time we had this much water. Same thing with the 415 McLaren, same thing with the 787. Actually, not the 787 McLaren. The 787 actually did just fine. But the last time that we ran in truly wet conditions, just about every single McLaren, they pretty much had no rear grip whatsoever. They were going around in the Kimmel Straight, just the kink at the beginning, and I believe the 113 is replicating that, as they have gone around just past the kink. I don't think they have any damage on that McLaren, but they had just gone around. We saw them go around at Stavelot. We saw them go around at Blanchimont. We saw them go around at the Kimmel Straight. We saw them go around at the top of Radillon. A lot of places where you were kind of relying on some rear end grip from the car. I don't know if it was just bottoming out or sliding or what, but we saw a lot of McLarens have issues in the wet, and we will see whether or not those issues are replicated. The rain will be ending in 10 minutes, though. The 789 goes a bit deep. Is the 415 going to be able to get the drive out? Yes, they will, side by side across the line. The 415 will at least be scored ahead in P2, and they will be slotted in ahead. Is the 789 going to take that position, though? Yes, they will. Maybe they have the opportunity to fight back if they could get within the slipstream range. And the Fats GT Alien is back in the car. He's actually gone up a few positions. Currently up to P8. And Guiget was the driver to put that Fats GT Ferrari on pole. I would imagine that Guiget is probably going to be the closer. The Fats GT team needs him. They have had a few issues. We're nearly about to retire the car. Luckily, they brought the car back in, and they seem to be doing fairly well. Currently running P8. They're not running as well as they were, but they are still within the opportunity of getting back at the front of the field. Almost had a moment going around for the 415 McLaren of Mastromaro, but it did not go around. Managed to hold on to it. We also saw some McLarens go around at Pouan and Campus as well. There are a few sections where there are some puddles on track. The exit of Stavelot is one of those places. Just needing to drive the car nicely is the 415 MSA McLaren. Same with the two McLarens behind. But it is a Mustang on top. One of the two Mustangs that we have had in this race. The second was the 112 K1 Esports, and I believe that they have had to retire that car, so there is only one Mustang left in the session. Is this going to be a swap of the exclusive cars. Yes, it has been. The 787 now back up ahead of the 789. And now just trying to set up as best as possible. How long do you stay on these wet tires? When do you come into the pit lane? It is going to be a while if the track stays covered in clouds for the track to dry, but if the sun is to come out, especially with the temperatures that we have, it is fairly warm. If the sun comes out, the track is going to dry quickly. You want to get off those wet tires ASAP and take advantage of the quickly drying track and see if you have the opportunity to run some really fast laps and maybe undercut quite a few cars who may stay out on those wet tires a little bit too long. The 787 McLaren going past the 32 Fans GT Academy team. 6 hours left to go. Let's just have a look at the field. 788 Ford Mustang in P1. Mastromaro, the MSA McLaren in P2. Possibly looking at P1, we may have a battle for the lead. The 787 exclusive esports McLaren P3, the exclusive esports McLaren 789 P4, MSA 414 P5, K1 eSport 113 P6, the 313 Euro Titans P7, and battle for the lead between the 788 and the 415. The 415 has got it. And 415 MSA McLaren back at the top of the board. And will be scored the leader when they come through the Sector 2 timing line. Needs to hold on to the lead for the time being. And how long do you stay on these wet tires again is the gamble. Fats GT P8. Velocity Racing 998 P9, Tidman Racing number 8 P10, Vantage Racing Ferrari P20, Vantage Racing Ferrari number 20 P11, Ghost Racing number 11 P12, MWCC Ferrari P13, Velocity Racing 995 P14, Tidman Racing number 88 P15, Euro Titans Endurance 813 number 16 P16, K1 Esports 114 P17, Vision Racing 818 P18, GDC Aston Martin P19, Velocity Racing 996 P20, Fast GT Academy P21, Aztec Racing number 29 P22, Vantage Junior BMW in P23, Valkyrie Esports number 50 in P24, Team TRC Bentley P25, and the Velocity Racing 997 in P26. Well, MSA in the 415 will lead a lap on merit once again. Who is that coming into the pit lane? That is the number 21 Vantage Junior team. And the number 29 Aztec Racing McLaren having some issues getting that car turned back around. Ultimately, they do. And the wet McLaren issues continuing to plague those cars. And the track is now damp. And slick tires are going to become the tire of choice very shortly. And whichever of these top 4 drivers goes onto that slick tire first and at the right time is likely going to be afforded a few positions, as you will gain a lot of time being on the correct tire at the correct time. If the sun comes out, this track will dry very quickly, but as of right now, cloud cover keeping the track from drying. We will stay slightly wet, damp for the foreseeable future. Should just be a few more laps, especially with the amount of cars that we have on track. They should dry the track a little bit faster than if we had maybe 4 or 5 cars on track. Tidman Racing McLaren was behind the 813 BMW. I think the 813 BMW may have overtaken the Tidman McLaren. The Fetch GT Ferrari with Guiget back behind the wheel. And they did say that car was more suited towards the wet type setups. And it's very possible that Guiget will be able to build a lot of time for the number 23 Fetch GT Ferrari. They have led many laps in this race multiple times, but ever since the exclusive esports drivers started to manage the front, it has been very hard for anyone else to do so. But the MSA 415 is making a change to that trend. The number 8 Tidman Racing BMW, I believe, has been overtaken by the Vantage Racing number 20. And the 788 has allowed the 787 teammate to go past. And now the 787 McLaren will try and chase down the 415 MSA McLaren of Mastromaro. .414 MSA Ferrari with the 113 K1 Esport McLaren is not the McLaren immediately behind. Who is that in the McLaren right behind? It's one of the 990s. Is that the 998? Yes, it is. Quite a difference in the order there. There's almost a lap between P9 and, well, P5. 787 and 788. As now they finally do it. 787, 788, 789 for the 3 exclusive esports drivers. Now I believe they would all enjoy it if Mastromaro bend it into the wall and let the 3 exclusive esport drivers in order be the top 3 in the field, but the MSA McLaren is not going to be so cooperative and so conducive into allowing that to happen. Do we see the MSA 415 come into the pit lane? No, we do not. The 996 Velocity Racing Ferrari did a good job of allowing the race leader to go by without hindering either driver's pace. And we are past the 75% mark. 5 hours, 47 minutes, 50 seconds left to go. It's been a long time. We have a long time to go yet. But I would be lying if I said that I was not ready for the race to be over, as I am very tired. I would like to go to sleep. Many of you who have tuned back into the stream have gotten your sleep in, as I would assume that most of you are from Europe and have now started to wake up. Especially if you've got another stint in the car, you may want to check out how the cars are doing. During the Twitch chat, use !timing if you would like to pull up the live timing link and have a look at the statistics, see how the teams are doing, see how your team is doing, and check on the gaps between everybody on the grid. Still 415 MSA leading. And quite a ways back now is the 787 exclusive McLaren, as the MSA 415 has found a ton of pace in the wet, but they don't need to get a drive-through penalty for track limits. That's going to be one of the last things that would be conducive to them. Now the sun is starting to poke out. That should rapidly accelerate the drying of the track, and maybe time to get off of those wet tires and maybe throw some slicks onto the car. Our race leader, as the track is now, I would assume, starting to dry much quicker. I think we should see MSA 415 come into the pit lane. Valera Luis, thank you for the follow, as we are now just 16 away from the goal that I had set of 600. How am I not sleepy? Oh, I am. I am extremely tired. I would love to take a nap. I would love to go to sleep and sleep all day tomorrow, which is exactly what I'm going to do, but I wish I could start now, and I cannot start now. Again, I guarantee you I am sleepy. I have just been awake for a long time. Welcome in, Shumi.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Make sure your audio is included and we'll be good to go.
Yeah, already on, I think.
Awesome. So, things hadn't quite gone the way that you guys had expected. I mean, you were leading and then chasing for... I mean, you had the pole, then you were chasing the lead the whole time, kind of sitting in P2, P3, then you were leading for a long time, and then now, as the sessions went on and also had a few issues, you know, kind of went down the order a little bit. Currently running P12. How is the mood for the team?
Yeah, all good, good. Yeah, the problem was we were P1, I think, with 50 seconds in front when the server crashed. Red flag again, I think, and then at the end another red flag maybe in the night when our first driver Wilson was not available. So we called him a bunch of times, and then we decided to get Jim, as now he went overdrive, so Wilson is back now in the car. I did it not half of a double stint before Wilson. Changeable conditions, it's not easy, but it's typical Spa.
Yeah, well, the track is now changing again. I'm surprised that we haven't seen many people come into the pit lane to get rid of those wet tires yet. Also, Alex Witho, thank you for the follow. We're now 15 away from the 600 follower goal that I would like to hit. But, yeah, I'm very surprised that I haven't seen very many come in. Actually, no, as I say that, the 787 and the 788 both come into the pit lane, as well as the 71, the 996, the 98, and the 32, you guys' Academy team, which I'd say they have been running fairly decent as well.
Yeah, well, they were doing great with the wet weather. Because we had a good wet weather setup, I think. I think they were P9 at one point, but then yeah, some issues, red flags, and then as well some incidents happened. But they will get back.
So you've got Gija in the car, right?
Yeah.
And he's the quick one, right?
Yeah, he's the alien.
Yeah. Is he going to finish for you guys, or is he just kind of running a middle stint?
Yeah, that's the plan. He is going to, well, this is he will go off after this stint, and somebody else will get in, and then he will end this race. Maybe with a double stint, you will see. The plan was that he ends this with a double stint, but with the whole red flag situation we had, we want to be fair for each driver to get as much time in the car as they can.
Okay, so more so going on and making sure that everybody gets their drive time in, and whatever position, you know, gets afforded after that, then, you know, it is what it is. I mean, I still think you guys have an opportunity if you know, we stay green, because you know that the next flag is going to end the race regardless of what the next flag is. So, I mean, as of right now, it seems that we're pretty good to run to the end. So, I mean, do you guys think you still have a shot at the win?
Win, it's going to be difficult, I think. We have to aim for top 5 finish. That should be a good result for us. You have to remember we have 5 drivers. So Wilson is a very fast driver. And then we have the other 4 drivers with me included are a bit slower, but we have consistent pace. Try to maximize everything.
Yeah, race leader comes in, the 415 MSA and the 414 MSA as well, then the 313 Aston and the 995 Velocity Racing. I mean, it's really one lap. I mean, I think you guys are you 2 laps down or are you 1 lap down? Because I know that the timing board themselves, you know, it doesn't really...
I think we are 1 lap down,
yeah, so, I mean, you just need a bit of strategy to kind of go your way, and And that would really put you guys back in the fold. And there is the number 50 Legion for you. But it's not over yet for sure. So. Yeah, it is a very, very long pit lane. And have you guys had any close calls with the stint timers yet? I know you had the 1 second stint timer earlier.
Yeah, that was crazy. 1 second stint timer. No, then we didn't do it that much. I think about 1 or 2 minutes we came in just to make sure nothing happened anymore.
Yeah,
that was
kind of
that was really
little too close for call.
Yeah, well, we did the same. I think was it at Kailani? No, it's the other race. And before the Kailani race, it was 16 seconds to the finish flag. I think for the same time. It was also close.
Yeah, I'd say that's a little too close for comfort for me.
Yeah, sometimes you have to gamble though.
That is for sure. The 998 rolling into the pit lane as well. They've been the quickest, but they just have been very unlucky. They've pretty much, in every session that we've had, between all the red flags and everything, they have been the ones with the fastest lap, but they just haven't been able to really, get the car up there. They did lead the race, they did lead the race for a short amount of time, but just haven't been able to hold on to it.
Unfortunate. They are really quick.
Yeah, well, you guys were the quickest. Yeah, the Garcia brothers, not brothers, but
yeah.
I mean, you guys were the quickest, and I mean, did you guys think that you would get on pole?
Well, Wilson is very fast. We knew he would be close for a pole position. We have made a different setup for the qualifying, so we knew we're going to be a bit slower in the race. Because we have more rewind, I think. Because we want to get a stable car, like in these colder conditions when it's wet, dry. And I think this helps us a bit. And we are faster in Sector 2, but Sector 1 is the big pain in the ass for us.
Yeah, have you guys been using the new live timing?
No, did not use it, I think.
Okay, well, if you need it, if you go into the Twitch chat and you hit !timing, it'll pull up the live timing browser and you can check all of the best sector times, current sector times, last sector times. It's actually a very, very useful tool. But I don't think you guys have really made any mistakes. Like, I mean, you've gone down on pace, but you guys haven't done anything. It's !timing, like timing. If you use !timing, it will.
Timing. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, timing.
Right,
yeah, not time. Timing.
Sorry.
There you go. And then just go to the option to sort by best lap and race position. So you will be able to sort everything there. Good morning from Spain. Well, it's morning here in the United States. It's morning, but it's still morning. Stream. I don't know why it's been doing that, but it seems.
I had the same issue when I was driving. Was up already on. Was a bit, I think, a delay of a second. It's quite a lot, but.
Move for position for Wilson. So your guys are well into the top 10. I mean, you got a ways to go to catch the 313, but if there's anybody in the car who's able to do it, it is definitely Gija.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, how does the rest of the team feel? I mean, everybody's been kind of doing everything they can, especially, I mean, you guys haven't had everything necessarily go your way, especially kind of getting on the back foot, maybe hoping that we didn't have a few red flag restarts, but, I mean, you play the hand that you're dealt. Other than that, I mean, how does everybody feel?
Everybody's okay. The main thing for us this weekend is because we are good friends. Finish this race as good friends and enjoy as much as we can. So yeah, the morality is very high. We are all in a party on the Xbox as well, so and having fun, making some laughs about other stuff.
Yeah, you gotta keep it lighthearted and in good faith. Are you guys going to be participating in the 24-hour Nordschleife as well?
Yeah, yes, it's going to be the last race of the season, isn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah. Yeah, we want to get another podium at least, like we did in the 24-hour in Hell race.
Yeah, I remember that one. That's for sure. I made the full 24 hours in that one. We've got 5 hours tonight in this one, 5.5 hours left tonight in this one, so we'll see if I can make it the whole way.
Yeah, awesome job, mate. You're doing an awesome job.
I'm glad to hear it. Glad that everybody is appreciating the streams and on both the Twitch and YouTube side, so yes, Alex Withington, I don't know if you're still in the YouTube chat, but they are running some 216s, but they also ran 215s. So, and on screen now, the number 23 was your pole sitter with what was the time for pole? Was it 2:15.7?
Yeah, I think so. Wait, I have to look. I have made it.
I want to say it was faster than that, but I'm not 100% sure of what the actual time was.
Let me look this up to you real quick.
The 878 Bentley, they've got a bit of damage on the front. The K1 Esport 113 in the pit lane, the Ghost Racing number 11 McLaren off the Jackson out of the pit lane, or rolling out of the pit lane. You guys in the Fats GT Ferrari, currently in P23. What was the lap?
2:15.872.
2:15.872 was the pole position lap for this race. And it was, that was quite the spectacle, and I did not expect to see more than one car in the sub-16s, that's for sure, and I believe we had 3 or 4 16s.
Yes, it's actually the pace.
Yeah, that's the kind of pace that you would expect from PC, not from console, but I mean, it's a testament to how fast console drivers are getting. I mean, that was well under the 101% LFM pace, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's Adrian Wilson for you.
Yeah. All right, well, I'll let you go get back to the team. Thank you for joining in, and good luck.
It was a pleasure.
You guys are definitely making a few positions back, and hope the best for you guys, and hope you achieve your goals, or get as close to achieving your goals as possible. And again, thank you for joining in, and good luck with the rest of the race.
Yeah, you too. Good luck and amazing job. Well done. Maybe I speak to you. Yeah.
All right. Fetch GT currently running P9, and that was Shumi with the Fetch GT team. Still just 15 followers away from the 600 goal. Maybe we'll get there. I didn't think we would get even close, but we're a lot closer than I thought we would ever get. The race leader of Rodriguez in the exclusive Esports 787, going past the number 8 Tidman Racing BMW, who is in P8, so getting another lap on them. Everyone pretty spread out with their running for now. Again, 5.5 hours left in the race, and oh, we're getting closer to the end. Oh man, I think they might be retiring the 50. Seems like it may have just been issues after issues for the 50 Valkyrie Esports BMW. Legion, do you have any updates on the Valkyrie BMW? Well, that's unfortunate to see them retire, but yeah, they have just been sitting in the pit lane for a while. Oh man, it is well into the night for me. Yes, Whippy, but the number 50 is not in the best of shape. They are against the wall in the pit lane. It is not too good for the 50. Yeah, I think the 50 may be done for the night, or the day, or wherever they're at, but I think they may be done. They haven't moved in a while, and they've just about been relegated to the back of the field. The 878 Bentley, I believe, is about to overtake them as they will get another lap on them. It's nice and bright and sunny, and the field is a bit spread out. Not much battling for position going on. But again, more laps just being put in. And the 787 exclusive McLaren is leading the race. The track is nice and back to dry, fully fast conditions. And we will just continue churning the laps down and whittling to more and more time off of that clock. Watch WEC? Yes, I do. I was actually at the Lone Star Le Mans 6 hours of COTA WEC race back in September of last year. I met quite a few people. I got to go into the United Autosport McLaren garage. I got to go into the Joda Sport GTP, or not the GTP, but the Joda Sport Le Mans Hypercar, the Porsche 963 garage. I also got to go, I got to meet a few different drivers. I've got to meet the commentators out there as well. Well, I'm at least looking forward to seeing one when I go to Lone Star Le Mans again, as they are running one in both GTP class in IMSA and the, I believe, is it Le Mans Hypercar? I believe it's Le Mans Hypercar in the World Endurance Championship. I don't think they're running it as an LMDH. I think they are running it under Le Mans Hypercar. Yeah, I don't necessarily watch. I mean, Formula One has always been just kind of more about the spectacle than the racing itself, which is why I don't really care. I went to one Grand Prix. I will not go to another Grand Prix unless it's free, but way too many people, way too little racing going on. But I didn't get to meet Jensen. Actually, no, I did get to meet Jensen Button. I met him at the signing, but I got to take a picture of his helmet and stuff inside the little cubby in the garage. In the, you're talking about in World Endurance Championship? World Endurance Championship or IMSA or whoever, because in both IMSA and World Endurance Championship, I support the Cadillac teams, the Cadillac GTPs. They're the LMDA. Could be wrong. They could still be the Lamar. Of Bourdais from the Cadillac. I didn't get to meet Bourdais because they only had one Cadillac, and I believe Bourdais doesn't drive for Cadillac anymore after the Chip Ganassi teams have dissolved. So I don't know exactly where Bourdais is racing at. I think he may have actually gone back down to LMP2. But I did get to meet Earl Bamber and Alex Lynn. I got Earl Bamber and Alex Lynn to sign a. They had a Forza Motorsport booth there, and they had Cadillac posters. So I got Earl Bamber and Alex Lynn to sign my Cadillac poster, which was very, very cool. Well, there's Sebastian Bourdais and Sebastian Buemi. Okay, see, Bourdais is in the Jota. He was in the Ganassi Cadillac as well, but I guess he got transferred over. And we've got a battle here for position 415 MSA McLaren ahead of the 788 Ford Mustang. I want to say that Bourdais did drive an LMP2 in IMSA and the Rolex 24, though. I could be wrong, but I want to say that he did. And the 788, as the 415 goes wide, the 788 goes through for position. And the 788 up to P2. But yes, I'm a supporter of Jota Sport. I'm very happy that they got a Cadillac. The cars look great. I really loved the storyline behind the 24-hour Le Mans last year, where they did the shakedown of the newly repaired Jota Porsche that was thrown together with parts. That video of them testing it on the airstrip, shaking it down for the race, was absolutely phenomenal. Kind of made me fall in love with the Joda team. Other than that, I am a Cadillac fan. The 415 MSA now going for the revenge move against the 788. It's getting a bit tight as there's some tight running with traffic. The 788 has to go on through. And yeah, the Vantour brothers are great. Oh, I did run into, when I was at the Lone Star Le Mans, I did run into Robert Kubica in the pit lane. And I also ran into Nick DeVries, who's driving the Toyota, and I got a picture with Nick DeVries. So that was cool. I've also got a Toyota Gazoo Racing flag signed by Kimbo Kobayashi, Mike Conway, and I believe it's Sebastian Buemi on that team as well, right? I really just wanted Kobayashi to sign it, but yes, he did. That was very unfortunate what happened to the, I believe Kobayashi was in the Wayne Taylor Andretti Cadillac. He was driving the wheels off of it and just got caught out at the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't think this battle is over here between the 788 and the 415. Also, we have had a scrap here. The Fats GT Ferrari is up to P8. They said they wanted to get into the P5 positions, and they may find themselves with an opportunity to do so. They do need to catch the 414 MSA Ferrari, who is quite a ways ahead, but not impossible for the Fats GT team. And yes, the Corvette versus BMW stuff was very cool, very iconic. I do have a Tommy Milner t-shirt with the whole scene on the back of Tommy Milner flipping off the BMW. That is definitely one of the moments of the year, and it will live in the history books. I am very glad that I got to watch it live. Yeah, Kelvin and Sheldon van der Linde. One of my personal favorite drivers, as just behind the 415 MSA Auto Sport, as the 23 Fats GT is trying desperately to get past 415, trying to run away from the 789, but also trying to catch back up to the 788. I was going to say that one of my favorite drivers in all of sports car racing is Mauro Engel, the Mercedes driver. Love to see him in just about everything that I can, and I have multiple models of cars that he has driven. Yep, Lucas Auer is good. Michael Grenier is also good. Jules Gounon is good. All Mercedes drivers, and they're all very, very fun to watch. And the 23 Fats GT Ferrari, they have a ton of speed, and they are looking to make up time, make up spaces, make up laps. And the 415 knows that, and they are going to defend against the 23 Fats GT. Actually, maybe not. Maybe they'll let the 23 Fats GT go by, but the 450 all going to be under attack from the 789 McLaren here shortly. A bit sad that we don't have any Mercedes driving here with us today, especially for the 24-hour, but it is what it is. Tony Garone versus Farish, 780 McLaren. And we have a battle here between the two. .415 MSA McLaren ahead of the exclusive eSport 789 McLaren. And now the MSA McLaren having to be very defensive. They did pretty handily take the lead of this race earlier on. And yes, you guys are. Side by side, is there going to be any leeway between these two? Yes, the 789 is the one that ends up giving the spaces, as I think they both kind of realize nobody is going to lift for each other. And we have seen them go through their side-by-side full speed, or at least try to. It doesn't always work out. The number 23 Fats GT Ferrari has gone past the exclusive eSports 788. And this 23 one to watch. We have 5 hours left to go in this race. And if we do go the rest of the time, it is very possible that this Fats GT Ferrari could become an issue for the top 5, as they are easily the fastest car out there on track right now. I believe they are still pulling away from the 998. They have been absolutely flying through the field. So I believe it is still Gija behind the wheel, and he is flying, taking every opportunity that he can. Would not be surprised to see the number 23 Fats GT Ferrari put up the fastest lap of the session here shortly. So the 415 will stay in P3 for the time being. Just about any exclusive esports team, and I'm not a show for exclusive esports at all, but I've commentated many events that they have raced in. Just about any team has a shot at the podium. They do a lot of talent recruiting and put teams. A lot of people don't like to see at the top. That's why you get a few groups like MSA, who we have seen a lot of argy-bargy between MSA and Exclusive. And they are running essentially side by side. It is Exclusive and MSA in the top 5 and no one else. So you can see who at least has the best shot at it right now. And maybe starting to race now, the 415 and the 789 Exclusive McLaren. The 113 K1 Esport McLaren ahead of the 313 and ahead of the 23, who is looking to catch the both of them, and again is one of the fastest cars out there on track right now. Still doesn't hold the fastest lap, but they are getting closer and closer. Badge GT, at least on the valid laps, has not run faster than a 218.9. Fastest lap of the session currently at 217.5. The 787 leading. Currently a 24-second gap behind. Yeah, did end up officially retiring. They were just kind of sitting at the end of the session. And have we lost the 20? I believe we possibly have lost the 20. It shows them down very many laps. And Mina Margot, thank you for the follow. Just 14 away from the goal of 600 that I wanted to hit by the end of the 24-hour. Everyone greatly continue on. I have been streaming the entirety of this 24-hour race, and we are in the 19th hour now, at least of the race. It's well into my 21st or 22nd hour of streaming. But the 19th hour of streaming the race. I am tired. I want to sleep, but we can't do that. We have an obligation to stay up and bring you guys the race broadcast for this full 24-hour. Close running continues between the 415 and the 789. Uncleaner, we did have him in here saying that it wasn't really worth for them to fight for the position, and that they would just continue to follow behind. Well, it's because there's really not multiple commentators that are available or necessarily want to do 24-hour race, and it's a lot harder on console to get multiple commentators. Essentially have to get somebody to get similar overlays and things like mine, or copy my overlays, or if we wanted to keep the stream in one place, it'd have to be somebody else who would take over the stream, essentially log into the account, or I could go to somebody else and raid them, which is another way we could do is to do it. We also have just join me in the booth as well. But again, we are just first time that I've done a 24-hour, and trust me, I have to find other commentators to help me out, because I mean, there's a lot of leagues that maybe don't all get the coverage that they deserve. The 789 McLaren now goes up the inside of the 415. I guess figuring maybe it's go time now. I'm just saying, commentators in general is like, you know, for other leagues and things that it's hard to find people to commentate for other leagues, as not many people like to commentate, more people like to drive, and I can understand that. It's just, I found a bit of a passion in this, and I found a possibility of a potential career, and I do make a little bit of extra money on top of what goes towards paying for the overlays and such. Hopefully they'll accept my partner application for that. Less than 5 hours to go. And we are getting closer and closer to the end of the race. And once again, everything has just kind of calmed down for a while. We are just continuing to churn the laps out. It is currently 3:10 a.m. We have 4 hours, 52 minutes left to go, which means that the race will be done about 8 a.m. my time if we go from here to the end. Again, any sort of Yep, now just trying to get to the end. I believe we're all just trying to get to the end. The number 11 McLaren and the 813 trying to have between the two. It's not really going to work. The 818 will try and get along, sorry, not the 818, the 813 will try and get alongside. But now we'll just have to sit in the slipstream as they come through Eau Rouge and Raidillon. The BMW slot behind, try and build up whatever speed they can in the slipstream and move over for the late braking move into Lacombe. Will it work? The 813 up the inside, and they will slot in ahead nicely ahead of the number 11 McLaren of the Ghost Racing Team. The 818 BMW, or not BMW, the 818 Bentley getting a drive-through penalty for track limits. Very unfortunate for them. They were running inside the top 10, got a Bentley, or got a drive-through previously. That took them pretty much out of contention, and then another one is just going to do even worse. Did have a few coming into the pit lane there. I think that was the 818 just pulling alongside to come in and serve that penalty. Close running here as it is the three exclusive esports drivers back up top. 787, 788, and the 789 as they run. And just again continuing to churn out laps. The 113 ahead of the 313. And the number 23 Fats GT Ferrari not far behind. Actually, they are pretty far behind. That is the 787 Mustang that I saw that I thought may have been the Fats GT Ferrari. I am a bit delirious, so I may start seeing things. Euro Titans 313. Catching up to the K1 Esport 113 McLaren. This Euro Titans Aston Martin has had a lot of bad luck, but somehow they have managed to scrape everything together and ultimately put together a good run, as they are currently sitting in P7 fighting for P6. Same thing with the 113 K1 Esport McLaren. They were having some issues earlier and have managed to get back in a competitive position. Yeah, the 789 will be all over the 788, but their teammates, there won't really be any battle there once they get close enough. One of them will let the other go by. That's why I haven't really been paying too much attention to that battle there. They are teammates and they are definitely working together, so there's not really going to be any battle there unless something goes crazy wrong. Oh, unfortunate there. The 113 McLaren gets hit and goes around, and they've got to put it in reverse to not go into the pit lane. I think that may have been some contact with lap traffic, possibly the number 8 Tidman Racing BMW or the 787 leading McLaren. Now it is the Euro Titans Endurance Aston Martin trying to not get lapped by the 787 McLaren, but I think that that is going to be a bit of a futile resistance. That McLaren is mighty quick, and it has at least shown that it's quicker than the Aston Martin. But diving for a quick move up the inside of the 818 Bentley and putting the Bentley between themselves and the 789 McLaren. That may buy them a little bit of time. It won't be much, but it will at least help a little bit. And now the 789 has passed the 788. A friendly swap of position between the two. Which team? I do believe the number 20 Vantage Racing team has had a retirement that may have been out of their control. We do have some clouds rolling in. We may have the potential of rain on the horizon still. We have had a couple showers in this session post of the most recent red flag. We'll see how long we continue rolling. It is very late. As soon as this race is over, either now or in 4 hours and 40 minutes, I'm going straight to bed. I'll probably take a shower. And it'll be one of those, what have I done with my life? And I'm about to fall asleep in the shower. And, yeah, we'll see. Hopefully I don't fall asleep in the shower, but it's very possible. But that will be after the end of the race, regardless of whatever the end of the race means. So if you keep bad-mouthing me in the Discord, I'm just going to start doing a rain dance. I will personally make sure that it rains, just for you. And I will make sure that it is flooding reminiscent of the 24 Hours in Hell last year. If any of you remember racing in the 24 Hours of Hell last year, the absolute torrential downpour that we had at the end of the race that completely flooded the track. Yeah, I'll do what I can to make something like that happen. I can guarantee you. And into the pit lane goes the 789. Is the 788 going to follow? No, the 787 has also stayed out, so maybe a bit of a breakup of the strategy here. And at least on paper, the 415 MSA Racing McLaren will move past the 789 and up into P3. Let's go on board with somebody we haven't been with for a while. Let's go on board with the 346 Ferrari of MWCC. Currently racing not for position, but racing with the number 21 Vantage Junior team. And that 21 Vantage Junior team gets a drive-through penalty for track limits, and they will have to come into the pit lane shortly. Go on board with the 414 MSA McLaren. Not MSA McLaren, MSA Ferrari. 415 is the MSA McLaren. With the resets on how many laps have been driven, yes, I can actually calculate that fairly easily. So we had 144. And then we had 63. Then we had 73. And now we have driven 134. So we have currently completed 414 laps. We are missing quite a few laps because of the red flag time. Where we technically should be right now based on time would be somewhere right around 500 laps. We were expecting 600, 100 every 6 hours. Sorry, 100 laps every 4 hours, so we should have been closing in on 500 laps right now. We're going to be a bit short of the laps that we were looking for, as we're not going to get 24 hours of actual racing. We're more so just going to get 24 hours of elapsed time. So we'll probably end up around the 550 lap mark, I think. Hey, I've only been doing this for a little bit, so wouldn't necessarily call me the MVP, but, you know, I do appreciate all the praise that I can get. Catching up to some traffic is the MSA 414. We have the 878 TRC Bentley up ahead, the number 98 GDC Aston Martin, and the number 11 Ghost McLaren. Bit of understeer, a bit of a jump coming at the top of Radion for the MSA 414. But we can see how quickly they're catching up to that group up ahead. we'll stay on board for the time being while they go through Carlos, who is at the wheel in this 414. Fire cannon, no S. So just exclamation point timing, no S. You should be good to go for the live timing. .996 Ferrari with Velocity Racing Team getting a 30-second stop and go penalty for, I believe, speeding in pit lane. Exclusive Esports 787 comes into the pit lane. Yeah, fire cannon, if you just exclamation point timing with no S, you should get the live timing to pull up in the Twitch chat. And now into the pit lane goes the 414 MSA Ferrari. Exclusive Esports 787 in the pit lane. The 788 Mustang comes in. K1 Esport 113 is also in the pit lane. And Fire Cannon, I've got you in the chat. There should be the live timing. And the command for anybody else who would need it as we continue towards the end of this race. And the 415 MSA Racing McLaren comes into the pit lane. The 787 should assume the lead again from then on. Tell you what, I am very tired. Very, very, very tired. Skills again with the bits. Thank you very much. I am still here. I'm still alive. And no, what has happened to the 787? Big damage to the 787 McLaren. And they are going to have to come back into the pit lane. Has that pretty much, I mean, I don't think it's destroyed their race, but that's pretty much the first mistake that the 787 has made all race. I was kind of reading the chat. I wasn't exactly paying attention to what happened. I'm actually going to go onto the YouTube stream and watch the replay. But now having to limp this thing home, and lost it on their own and went off and went into can't exactly tell who that was that they went off and into. It was one of the Velocity Racing Ferraris. I want to say that it may have been the 996. It would make sense based on track position and the damage on the front of the car. And that is your race leader, who is going to have to come into the pit lane to repair that car. They have a lot of damage on the front of that McLaren. Now losing a lot of time, and perfect for the Fats GT team. They are going to get a lap back. And did I say that they had the opportunity of that top 5? Well, the race leader has a massive off, and the 23 gets their lap back. And could things be going better for the Fats GT team? There are quite a few developments that are still developmenting as the session goes on. The 878 TRC Bentley back in the pit lane. Again, the skills, you just have a bunch of bits laying around, because you seriously are the first person who has ever cheered any bits or given me any bits or anything. Fats GT is going to be one to watch. They have been flying as of recent. Gija has gotten out of the car. He will be back in to finish the race. Baslier is in for right now, and Baslier also very quick driver in the number 23 Fats GT Ferrari. back in the lead is the 789 McLaren, and down quite a ways, especially with that pit stop and having to repair the damage, is the 787 McLaren. 415 McLaren having a bit of connection issue there, having a bit of a blip. The 787 now going to be on a different pit strategy for the rest of the race. And they have a lot of work to do to catch back up. The 415 have now been granted a spot back on the podium. And the 414 will try and do their best to capitalize as well, but a big mistake, an unusual mistake from the 787 team, as the 313 Euro Titans Aston Martin gets a drive-through penalty for track limits. Very unfortunate, especially this late in the race. There's not as much time to really cover that time back up. They will immediately go into the pit lane to serve it, but they are going to lose a few positions in the process. The race leader will go on by. Baslier in the Fast GT Ferrari now has to try and outrun the 789 McLaren, who is just coming into the foreground there and is just in the background. 996 Ferrari, Velocity Racing Team Ferrari, gets a drive-through penalty for track limits. Some very late developments in this race. Some big surprises as well. Some teams that typically never make mistakes, making a few mistakes that are very uncharacteristic. If you are not following, you still are just 14 away from the goal of 600 that I wanted to hit by the end of the stream. We've gone up by about 50 or so, over 50 since then, but just 14 more to go. So if you are not following, I'd appreciate it if you'd hit that follow button. See if we can get that 600. And we did manage to hit 158 on YouTube. And if you're not subscribed to the YouTube channel, if you wouldn't mind just hitting the subscribe button over there, it doesn't really cost you anything. And also like the stream if you're watching over on YouTube. I would appreciate it if you would. Not that I'm really going to get much from it, but it may push the algorithm a little bit more, get some more people to see it. Even though I don't really think it's anyone outside of any of our leagues that goes back and watches those things, it's at least worth a shot. Batch GT now up to P6. They do still have the 789 McLaren behind, who is seemingly the quicker of the McLarens. 787 was leading, but I do believe that the 789 is genuinely quicker of the two exclusive McLarens, and the 788 was the quicker of the three exclusive cars. Now I believe that is ultimately going to be handed to the 789 as well. The 789 trying to catch up to the 23. The 23 just trying to stay a lap ahead. And if they can stay ahead to the next pit cycle, it is very possible that they would be able to get a lap back, as again they are just fighting to stay on this lap. They don't want to go down another lap. I believe they are just down one lap though, and if they get lapped again it would put them down 2. Oh, that's very unfortunate. Does that mean that you guys are just going to have to stay in, or what? Talking to the 813 Euro Titans BMW. Everything has calmed down, essentially kind of gone silent. There's not really any battles out on track, at least for the time being. Now it is just trying to get to the final hour. Right about 4 hours left in the race. And we have completed a little over 430 laps. I believe we are on target for around 550 completed total. The laps shown at the top of the leaderboard are not indicative of the total laps that have been run. We have had to run multiple sessions due to crashes, so we have had a few different sessions all put together. Do we have a battle here between the 998, who have finally found their pace once again? One of the Garcias in the 998 now, and trying to catch up to the number 8 BMW of Tidman Racing. The 998 also not necessarily out of this race either. There's not 24 hours left per se, there is only 4 hours left. That does not mean that the race is over. The only thing that would consider the race over would be a red flag from anywhere from here on, as that will end the session. But as of right now, it's not looking like we are at risk of one anytime soon. I believe the 998 is catching, and now they definitely are. That McLaren does have a bit better straight line speed than the number 8 BMW. I think we may have a swap of the lead between the 788 and the 789. They both did just get past the Fats GT23. And the 998 goes on through ahead of the number 8 BMW. Thank you, Welsh Warrior, for the follow. Now we are only 13 away from the 600 follower goal. We are getting there. In 7 minutes time, I will have officially been streaming the race for 20 hours, but I will have been live for about 22 hours. This is part 3 and the final part of the race stream. Currently the number 8 Tidman Racing BMW trying to fight back the position from the 998 Velocity Racing Team McLaren with Garcia at the wheel, but that is very unlikely to happen as that 998 is on an absolute flyer. Four hours, 6 minutes to go. And what has happened? I think it's just showing some high ping, but very, very high ping for the 788 Ford Mustang, as I believe that will now start to come down a bit. Euro Titans Endurance Aston Martin did get a drive-through penalty and got knocked down a few positions, now currently running in P10. I do believe they have just been overtaken by the 414. The 414 MSA Ferrari, who may have just been lapping them. And now it is getting into the hard hours to stay awake. Well, I hate to say it, I am kind of wishing for a red flag right now, as that would end the race as is. But that would also mean that I would be able to go to sleep, and I am very, very, very tired. Yeah, well, I woke up 22 hours ago, around 22 hours ago, and well, it has been a while. I will have had to have been awake for about 26 or 27 hours by the time that I will end up going to sleep, which is not something that I necessarily want to do. But I have said that I would do the full 24, and the full 24 means the amount of time the session has been run. So if the session gets ended early by a red flag, the session will get ended early by a red flag. If not, I will do my best to be here until the very end. Well, Titan, if you keep asking for it, it's probably not going to happen. I don't know that I necessarily even want to see it all the way through at this point. I am getting to the point where it is hard to continue. This will be a longer stream than the 24 Hours in Hell because I included both practice and qualifying. The 24 Hours in Hell did not have a qualifying session. It was straight practice to the predetermined race grid. So this is officially the longest session that we have run in. The previous session went to 144 laps. We have now reached 148 laps. So this is officially the longest running session. There haven't really been any weather interactions or anything like that. It has just been nice and clean from here to the end. Tidman Racing at number 8 BMW comes into the pit lane. And aside from the massive off from the 787 that put them down to, well, essentially was P8, the 415 MSA McLaren almost lost it at Radion. And that would have definitely changed their race. Almost pulled a 787 as I was talking about the 787. And likely some fatigue starting to show on the 415 team. What times are they doing? Well, if you would like to see the times they are doing, Welsh Warrior, in the Twitch chat, use !timing, T-I-M-I-N-G, and you'll be able to pull up the live timing and see all of the times of all the cars on track. So Welsh Warrior, if you just in the Twitch chat !timing, that will pull up the live timing for you, and you can see all of the information that you would like to see. Oop. I believe we almost lost our 415. But they stayed in. I thought we may have had a disconnection there. No problem, Welsh Warrior. Oh, the 415 has teleported into the ground. So pay no mind to the 415. The 788 is the leading car. The 415 is having some serious connection issues. They may be able to get fixed, they may not. 415 going slowly now. I think they are yielding a little bit to the rest of the field because of their connection issues. Couple drivers in the pit lane, the GDC Aston Martin and the 29 Aztec Racing McLaren, but I believe the 29 is just kind of on their own. They may be retired, I'm not sure yet. The 313 Euro Titans going past the 414 MSA Racing. They are trying to get onto the lead lap. And the Puddock in the Aston Martin is absolutely flying. Less than 4 hours left to go. We'll see if we survive until the end, both, I mean, server-wise mainly. Oh, Carp King, I didn't see what you were saying in the YouTube chat until now. Yes, I have been awake for the full race, and I am doing the whole thing myself, so. I mean, it's just been water and, I mean, not even any coffee or energy drinks. It's just been sitting here grinding it out. I believe the MSA McLaren has now got their connection issues sorted out. And all is good for now. I don't think we necessarily have any battles on track for position at the moment, so I will leave you on board with the 788 while I will use the bathroom real quick, take a quick break. Smoky Mackers, thank you for the follow, as we are now only 12 away from the goal of 600 that I wanted to hit. Again, thank you, Smoky Mackers, for the follow. Now we just need 12 more, and I will be able to rest easy when this is all over. And we are getting closer and closer to the end. Exclusive Esport 787. I think we may have a battle here between the 787 and the 998. Remember, the 787 a while ago, I want to say it was about an hour ago, had an incident where they went off into the wall. They went off into the wall hard at the top of Radion. Also collected, I believe it was the 995 or 996. Velocity Racing Ferrari. Thank you for the follow, CT. We're now 11 away. And we're about to hit that 590 number, which would officially put the next follower milestone at 600. No problem, Dunkelmeyer. I am proud to put it on. Glad that everybody appreciates it, and glad that you guys have been here with me to. Glad that you guys have been here with me just to keep me company for this long. and having a few of you in chat just to talk a little bit here and there, as I have also been keeping up with the Discord too, talking in there a little bit just to stay awake. But we are getting closer and closer. This year, I would love to hit 1,000 followers, as we've come a long way in the past year. I mean, I think I had 40 or something followers on my Twitch, or 30 or something like that whenever I started last year, and we've grown that up to 580, 589, hopefully 590. But a lot of watch hours, a lot of different leagues, different communities, a lot of events. I have streamed over 100 races, well over 100 races. I think I'm actually way over 100 races in the past year. That is endurance races included, and that's not breaking it up into rounds too. If you then want to say like individual races like race 1 or race 2 for this, well, you could probably multiply that by 20% and you'd have that. Side by side, the 998 and the 787. Exclusive Esports versus Velocity Racing Team, and elbows out. They are leaning on each other hard, and the 787 wants to stay ahead. The number 23 Fast GT Ferrari is definitely going to benefit from this, as they are not very far ahead. But the more time that can be caught through the more time that can be gained from this battle between the 998 and the 787, the more time they will have to pull away from this group and maybe get their lap back and aim for their P5 that they are looking for. Contact between the 998 and the 787. I believe there was contact. The 787 went wide and sliding, and thank you, Max VFL Bochum, for the shout out. Thank you for the raid, Max VFL Bochum. And 11 followers away from 600. I would absolutely love to be able to get to that number by the end of the stream. The 998 now all on their own. The 787 now has to try and catch back up to the 998. I wonder if the stewards will be looking at that incident, if it is reportable or not. And the two MSA cars getting closer and closer to each other. 1.3 seconds between the 414 and the 415. Well, we are getting closer to the end here. Less than 4 hours to go. And really, if you think about it, really about 4 pit stops left to go. 3 or 4 pit stops. We've had quite a few pit stops throughout this race. The 21 Vantage Junior BMW getting a 30-second stop and go penalty for speeding in pit lane. And it is late. About 4:30 my time. I started streaming at 6:30 yesterday. So we've been going for about 22 hours. We've got 3 hours and 30 minutes left, which means that we will be going for about 25 hours, 26 hours in total. That's 25 hours just really in race alone, but you have to add also the time that I had streamed the practice and qualifying sessions, which was about an hour and a half in total. So an hour and a half streamed plus 21 hours, 30 minutes. So yeah, that is right around 22 hours plus 3 hours left to go. That puts us right around 25 and a half hours. It has been a long time. I'm just trying to stay awake at this point. It is not very easy. Everything has really just calmed down. Really not much going around on track, as everyone has, for the most part, a few seconds or a few laps between each other. But we still do have the majority of the top 10 is just 2 laps or within 2 laps down. The top 5, I believe, all on the same lap or close to on the same lap. Man, I am genuinely exhausted and tired. Car number 21 clears the stop and go penalty and gets back out on the racing surface and did not incur another one. For some reason, the stream decided to lag there a bit. Don't know why. Also don't know why my light stream tab refreshed on its own, but it did. Three and a half hours left to go is a long time. Seems short when you've already been here over 20 hours, but man, this very end is always the worst part. The end is just in sight, but it is also just out of reach. Especially if you have already been up for a very long time. Currently 4:30. There's a chance of it to start raining here around 6, so in an hour and a half. And we would still have 2 hours of racing left to go at that time. I am extremely tired, and it seems like time is going a lot slower now. Standing up feels so nice. Just wish I could go lay down though. That would be even nicer. Can't lay down, really can't close my eyes aside to blink. Closing my eyes is pretty much just going to be a death sentence for me, as I will pretty much immediately fall asleep. Number 88 has a drive-through penalty for track limits. That is the Tidman Racing McLaren. We may have a battle on track for position here. The 998 of Garcia with Velocity Racing 998. Is looking to catch the Fats GT Ferrari with Baslier at the wheel. The 998 definitely with a lot more speed than the 23. Went to yawn and almost got a bit of lockjaw there. .998 wants to go up the inside of the 23 Fats GT, and this is a battle that we have for position on track at the same time as well as the battler was the battle between the MWCC Ferrari and Ghost Racing McLaren. The 23 Fats GT Ferrari has now been overtaken by the 998 Velocity Racing McLaren, and that McLaren does still hold the fastest lap of the race as well. I believe it was in the 2:16s. The best lap of the race is actually, no, it's a 2:17.5. So not quite the crazy race pace as we had in qualifying. Still quite quite the consistent top speed, as majority of the teams, actually all of the teams, should be on different setups from their qualifying setup. The qualifying setup is maximum attack with the least amount of stability. You just have to put one good lap together and that's all you've got to do. Whereas these cars in a 24-hour race are meant to run 24 hours with a variable setup that can accommodate multiple conditions. And the 23 Fats GT Ferrari will come into the pit lane. Same thing with the 789 Esports McLaren. 789 exclusive Esports McLaren. has happened to the 995. They are now being pressured by the number 8 Tidman Racing BMW. And this is a battle for position for P10. The 985 goes up and through. Number 8 will try and follow suit. They both go past the 878 TRC Bentley. And welcome in, everybody. I am absolutely on my last limbs. And I just want to go to sleep. Very, very badly. Been awake for too long. I'm starting to see stuff on the laptop. That 95 still ahead of the number 8 Tidman Racing BMW, but has the MWCC Ferrari in the middle of that group as well. Past the GDC Aston Martin. The 788 Mustang comes into the pit lane. The 414 Ferrari comes into the pit lane. Same with the 113 K1 Esports McLaren. The Euro Titans Endurance BMW in as well. This was a tight battle between the two. don't think so much anymore. And it is cold in here. 995 comes into the pit lane, and I believe the 8 will stay out. Yes, they will. Hello, sadly retired 292. Hello from the sadly awakened broadcaster. I am pretty much kind of done by now. I just want to go to sleep, and I can't do that. So we are just gonna sit here and continue on. Yeah, I understand. That is a lot of driving. Yep, that's sometimes just how it goes. I am just hoping that I'm able to stay awake. It is not looking to be so surefire by right now, as I am just I'm not doing so well at this point. And thank you guys for staying here with me. And yeah, I'm getting very tired. My speech and commentary has kind of fallen off as of recent. Yeah, it's just a few hours left to go, but man, it is a struggle for sure to try and get there first. I understand that, Philip. Not wanting to continue when you've just barely got a fraction of the team, especially if you just had to sit there and swap one person for 2 hours, another person for 2 hours, and another person for 2 hours. It's just over and over and over again. As of right now, I'm fine. I kind of actually just got a little bit of a second win there. We may have actually just broken through, so we'll see how I do. But we will continue on. We are approaching just 3 hours left in the race. Currently have 192 minutes left to go, so at least we can count back from 192, and then eventually 191, 190, 189, going back all the way down. And welcome in everybody to the YouTube side as well. A few of you may have woken up a little bit more recently. We are approaching just 3 hours left. Hello, Rathy. And my mouth is incredibly dry. It is still the 788 Ford Mustang leading as we approach 3 hours left in the race. I think I may go make myself a cup of coffee. Gonna go get coffee or something because I just need a last little push for the last 3 hours. We're trying to hold on. We've come this far. It's only a little bit further to go. So bear with me. I am going to go make myself a cup of coffee and I will be right back. Jesse, thank you for the follow and getting us to 590. We are now just 10 away from my goal of 600. And not much further to go. And again, thank you everybody who is here with us till the end. And again, thank you to everybody who's tuned in on YouTube. We are just trying to keep it to the end. Hello, Ninja. Just like last year, Ninja, we are trying to go the full 24. And we've just got 3 hours to go. I have done all of it so far. It's been the full stint again. Yeah, I am extremely tired and I am going to sleep all day tomorrow. I have some coffee that is making right now. I'm about to go get it, and we will continue on from there and see how far we go. Once the sun starts coming up here in about an hour and a half, 2 hours, then it'll be a little bit easier, I think. Be right back. Thank you, Rhonda Racing, as we are now at 591. Just 9 to go. Yeah, I couldn't do the 36 hours straight. Sadly, I could not. Coffee has been made. It is right in front of me. I believe I have a link, but Clarp, I'll just DM you one. But again, thank you. We're going to try and stay here till the end. Will Friedman, thank you for the follow. And is that Near or PNLR Sim Racing? Thank you for the follow as well. I think that should put us at 7 to go to get to the 600. I will be here for the end, catching the purple crossing the line. I sent it to you in a DM, Clarp, but whatever you do, thank you. I will greatly appreciate it. Didn't quite get my hand all the way out of the hole in the, or of the handle in the coffee mug, so got a little bit of coffee kind of around the setup. Not the end of the world. And of course I hit enter and went to the timing screen. I did get a little bit of coffee on my Go Fast Racing coaster though. Ah, that's not good. And I don't think that's something that you're going to want to use a controller for either, especially on iRacing. Well, I'm sure there's people out there that do it. I would not want to do it. Somehow you got P4. That is, I would say that is definitely an achievement in and of its own. I mean, just finishing with a controller is, I'd say probably one hard part of iRacing on controller. Definitely not getting P4 though. That was not, I would not expect that. Was it trucks at Daytona or what? Daytona was just this past week, so I wonder if maybe there's some stuff still at Daytona. We are just 7 away from the goal, and we are less than 3 hours to the finish. We have an 1/8 of the race yet to go. Mini stocks at Charlotte. Yeah, that does sound kind of flat out. And a mini stock, is that essentially just a Legends car? I mean, that sounds just like a Legends car to me. Well, if you had a good fight, even if you were on controller, that's, yeah, I know it's not the Legend, but I'm saying a mini stock is, it sounds essentially like a Legends car. Like, in my eyes, a Legends car is, I understand it's not, but in my eyes, if you took a Legends car, or if you took a mini stock and you put a Legends body kit on it, you wouldn't really be able to know the difference between that and the Legends car. Oh, and on the laptop too. Once again, thank you to everyone who has tuned in. We are getting closer to the end. And the coffee giving me a bit of a second wind, so I think I should be okay. It was getting a bit rough. And I think I have come through the other side. Okay. I see what you mean. But I think I have come through the other side. And am not absolutely dying of death anymore. And we should be okay to go to the end of the race. Not that much is really happening or will really happen between now and then, but anything can happen. We did see the 787 have a massive incident into the wall that knocked them way off the podium, down to P9. And they've got a long way to go. I understand. Still the 788 exclusive esports Ford Mustang at the front. The Dark Horse GT3 making NASCAR noises. I've heard this thing in real life. It sounds exactly like it does in the game. And it sounds really damn good, I can guarantee you that. And that is very cool that you are going to be able to get on, or get to work on Porsche cars, specifically Porsche race cars. Porsche, I'm guessing GT3 Cups and Cayman GT4s. Which I don't know how many Cayman GT4s are out there running. I can't imagine that there are too many. The two MSA cars have been running fairly close to each other for quite a while. I wonder maybe one will go past the other, and yes, they do. The 415 goes past the 414. And is this to try and chase down the 789? The 789 is a long way ahead. With a few hours left to go, it is not completely off of the books to maybe catch up to the 789 and possibly displace one of those exclusive esports cars and get two MSA cars up on the podium. As of right now, it is just one. Coffee is at least helping a little bit. Yeah, sometimes everything's just got to fit around the table. I know those Thrustmaster clamps will work. The Thrustmaster clamps, well, I haven't used the table clamp in a long time. They liked to at least clip onto the desks fairly well. No matter how thick the desk, they would clamp on. I see. You also have to make sure that the desk or table or whatever you put the wheel on is going to be strong enough to where the wheel doesn't pick up the table whenever you go to steer, or whenever you get force feedback or anything. Well, as long as the table is big enough where it won't get moved, then I'd say it's just fine that you're gonna do a desk mount or table mount. K1 Esport 113, the furthest up of the K1 Esport cars. As I believe there's only a couple of them left. I believe the 112 has retired, so 2 K1 Esport teams. The 113 and the 114. The 113 currently running in P5. Who is that behind? Okay, that's the 818 Bentley that I'm hearing. Currently up to P16. The 23 Fats GT was in P6, then was displaced down to P7 by the 998 McLaren, but we will be coming to our last couple pit stops, and that is when the quick drivers are more than likely going to come out in the cars. I know that Guige is coming back out in the currently P7, number 23, Fats GT Ferrari. He is the closer. As Gija got this 23 Ferrari back into the position where they are now. Possibly the same thing for all of the exclusive teams, the MSA teams, the K1 Esport teams. Probably going to put the fastest guys in, the guys who ran their qualifying session, in the car for the end of the race. Man, getting there, getting there, getting there. We are getting closer to the end. The 313 Aston Martin, and will be one of our first battles that we've had in a while, I believe, will be the 787 exclusive esports McLaren will catch up to the 313 Aston Martin. So long as the McLaren does not make any mistakes, and the Aston Martin is also still trying to catch up to the number 23 Fats GT Ferrari. The gap currently 2.3 seconds. We'll see how that changes at the next timing line. Gap was 2.6. We'll see how it updates when they get to the start-finish line. More so just the finish line. It's not where the start really is. The gap 2.25. A little bit more time has been taken out of the Fats GT Ferrari, and the 787 McLaren is also trying to get a little bit of that fight as well. The 313 Aston had to go straight on through the chicane. The gap now down to 1.5 seconds. See how that changes by the next timing line. Well, the gap has grown to the Fats GT Ferrari now. It was 1.5, now 2.3. Thank you, CJ Viper, for the follow. That should put us 6 away from the goal of 600. And now the Euro Titans, Aston Martin, able to get a little bit closer. Also, as Reddish gets closer to Fats GT, the purple exclusive esports number 787 McLaren is also trying to get closer as well. Skeena, are you guys paying me for advertising time? I don't know what you're advertising on this car, but I mean, the team possibly currently running P8. After, well, 21 hours and 24 minutes. Now, the Fats GT Ferrari just barely ahead by half a second of the Euro Titans Aston Martin, and this is a battle for position for P7. Well, I'd say you did a decent job with the livery. Again, I wish we could make our own full custom liveries on Assetto Corsa Competizione, but sadly they do not let us. We can on PC, but we cannot on a console. And straight on through goes the 313. Fats GT. There goes the 313 ahead of the Fats GT team. Now I believe the Fast GT team will be left to try and find a way around the 878 Bentley and try and catch back up to the number 313 Aston Martin. So now Reddish in the Euro Titans Aston Martin up to P7. Batch GT down to P8. And the 787 will soon go ahead of the 23. It will likely demote the 23 down to P9. The 787 McLaren trying to close up to the 8th place Fast GT Ferrari, which they have. Now they just need to arrange the overtake. Winchester and the 787 just still trying to catch up to the exclusive, sorry, not to the exclusive, to the Fast GT Ferrari in the 23 just ahead. Hopefully it is soon possible for the 787 to go on by and get through with their slipstream. I do hope that the 23 is able to come into the pit lane, do a driver swap, and take it from here to the end. We do have a bit of cloud cover coming though. And just 6 followers away from the 600 follower goal that I had set for the stream. So if you are not following and you'd like to support me to reach that goal, I'd greatly appreciate it if you hit that follow button. Now, 787 versus the 23. The 787 will try and find a way past the 23. But I don't think the 23 is going to make this the easiest move to make in the world. No, I don't think there is any rain coming. It's just cloudy. Hey, Miss Raymond, thank you for the follow. Now we are just 5 away from the goal. Silth, we're getting there. We're getting there. I have just finished my cup of coffee. So we'll let that sort of kick in and do its thing. Hopefully. Hopefully strong enough. And the 787 looks to go ahead of the 23. And the 787, I don't know if they make contact or what there, but the 787 goes around. And the 23 lives to fight another day. And I believe it was the 787 that made contact with the 23. And it was just the 77 or the 787 that went around all on its own. Again, I don't see any rain on the forecast. I just see clouds for now, but the track temperature has risen quite a bit. And a lot of work to do for the exclusive esports 787 to try and catch up to the 23 Fats GT again. And Fats GT still within the opportunity of getting into that top 5 that they said they were looking for. Weather around the spot is unpredictable, but at least we have somewhat of a weather forecasting apparatus. Although that it is not necessarily the best, but we can at least get a grasp of what kind of rain we should see and what temperature, winds, and sort of things like that. Yes, I am streaming the whole race again, and it is a bit rough right now. I am extremely tired. If you can't tell by my unintelligible rambling a little bit and a slight slur of the words, I am very tired. Or at least we're going to try to stream the whole race. If I can't do it, I can't do it. But again, we will continue to try. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Once again, still alive, still awake. This is about to be the longest 2 hours and 20 minutes of my life. But I've come this far, I just need to get it done. It would help if there was a little bit more going on track, but, you know, can't choose everything. Well, it depends on who you ask. Is Worcestershire, if you ask certain people. Somebody who doesn't know what they're saying will pronounce it Worcestershire, but it's and some also say Worcester, depending who you ask. Thank you for the follow, Granite, and thank you for the support, Clorpt. I have received it. Thank you very much. Again, thank you for the follow, Granite. Now 4 away from yeah, this is a bit of redemption for the exclusive esports team. Led the majority of Kyalami, and they've had a lot of trials and tribulations for the XCL crew tonight. And they maybe got a little bit cheated out of the positions that they may have deserved at the end of the Kyalami race. We have not had another server crash, Lucas, no. But a lot of trials and tribulations for the exclusive esports team. The 787 in P9 is the one car that is a little bit further back, but the 788, the 789, multiple times throughout this race it has been an XCL 123. And while it is looking a bit bleak for an XCL 123 finish, the 788 and the 789 car have done a phenomenal job of getting back up there and getting back to the front. Every single car in the XCL grid has had a bit of trouble at some point during the race, and the 787 was actually one of the more recent issues there. But as of right now, for the most part, the exclusive esports team has held on very nicely and has secured, for the time being, a very nice P1 and P2. And should the session end here, if we have any sort of server crash or anything like that, the race will be called as is, and at this point I believe full points should be awarded to the teams, as we are about to We're about to get to the 2-hour mark, but we are well over 75% of the way there. A bit of a slide from the 788 Mustang. As I have a feeling that fatigue is getting to the drivers who are currently in the cars at the same rate as it is getting to me. Now, I cannot guarantee full points, no, but I can at least assume that full points should be awarded by this time. I would assume so. But just 4 followers away from the 600 follower mark that I want to hit. Thank you to everybody who has followed me today. I think we have reached about 60 followers. I think we are over 60 followers today, actually, and really hope that we can hit that 600 mark before the end. We've got a couple hours left to go. The 788, I believe, has actually now lapped the 789 teammate. So again, while I'm sure the XCL crew would have loved a 1-2-3 as of right now, with the speed of the 789 car, it is not really looking to be quite the case as of right now. And the Fats GT Ferrari has moved down to P10. Tidman Racing BMW P8. The Euro Titans BMW back up to P12. The sun will be coming up in about an hour's time for me here. And we will be well into the sunrise by the time the race is over. But understand, I am going to go to bed very shortly after this race is over. Expect a very quick rundown of the grid. And then straight to bed for me. You will not hear from me probably until very late tonight or tomorrow. Finish line is in sight. K1 Esport number 113 coming in for their second to last pit stop, as we are about to get started with what should be the second to last pit cycle. With the K1 Esport 113 in the pit lane. The 414 MSA Ferrari comes into the pit lane. What has happened to the 789? Did they come into the pit lane? I believe they may have. 788 will now come into the pit lane. We should be expecting the 415 to come into the pit lane at any moment. I'll tell you guys what, I have never been more excited to sleep in my life than I will be right now. The 813 Euro Titans BMW in the pit lane, now actually rolling out of the pit lane. The 415 McLaren comes into the pit lane. And I believe... the 414, I believe, was in... 787, I believe, was also in. I think this might be a battle for position here between these two. Man, we are getting there. Possibly. I'm still trying to, in my poor state of cognizance, I'm trying to remember who is pit and who hasn't. So yes, it's still very possible that the 787 still has to pit, and you would know much better than I would. What's up, Haz? What's the woe for? Don't act surprised that we're still racing. There were enough people who doubted that we would not be racing by this point that the server decided to completely flip around and say, you know what, we're going to race. are. We are still rolling. Have not gone anywhere just yet. I'm still, well, we're pretty much right at 24 hours of stream right now. Yeah, Hez, we'll take a red flag. I mean, I'll take a red flag at least. You can cut my flag into multiple pieces if you want. Plorp says he wants his cars to be P12 and P4. Well, the sun is about to start poking back out and the track will warm up a bit. And the 787 exclusive esports McLaren still out on track. Corp did say that they needed to come in. They could be on a different pitch strategy though, and after the contact they were on, they likely are on a different pitch strategy. So we'll just have to see how everything plays out for them towards the end. What has happened to the 998? They've got a bit of damage on that car. And that looks like a broken wing. So into the pit lane goes the 998, and they've got a lot of damage. That is going to be a bit of a disruptor in the session. Making sure they don't get any drive-through penalties or stop-and-go penalties or anything for speeding. But from P7, the 998 team has had a terrible luck this race. And they are now going to drop down the order and promote pretty much everyone behind them up a position. I will be right back. Is that it? I mean, have we had another red flag? I was completely expecting everything to go to the very end there. But right there at the end, and we do get the red flag. I believe that is possibly going to be the end. I don't think so, but I think we all just figured everything would run just fine. So it's very possible that is the end. So I think that's probably going to be it. Well, we're 4 followers away from the end of the session. 4 followers away from the goal. And I do believe that it would be the exclusive esports 788 that will take the win there, and the exclusive esports 789 that will take P2, but it would be MSA 415 in P3. So that is unofficial standings, and official results will be posted in the Discord. But as of right now, I mean, the official announcement is that we will no longer be racing. There are some talks of wanting to go again, but and again, 4 followers away. I'm sure the majority of you are following and can't really do anything to help, but thank you for at least getting us close. 596 is, well, just about good enough for now. Alright, well, that is going to be it for the racing for today. Thank you all for tuning in, and I think I am going to go to sleep. We'll see if we can get 4 followers. Again, we're 4 away from 600. But I think that is going to be it. We'll see if we can find someone to raid. And again, thank you everybody for tuning in. We will be finding somebody to raid, and then we're going to shut it down for the night. And we'll go raid Sim Racing Jace. So, again, thank you everybody for tuning in, and I will see you all next time.